history, few were given the power to control the destiny of their fellow man. The tribal chieftain was a powerful shape.
Information. The first principle of warfare must form the foundation of all your efforts. Know of course thine enemy, but in knowing him, do not forget above all to know thyself. The commander who embraces this totality of battle shall win, even with the inferior force.
If I determine the enemy's disposition of forces while I have no perceptible form, I can concentrate my forces while the enemy is fragmented. The pinnacle of military deployment approaches the formless. If it is formless, then even the deepest spy cannot discern it, or the wise make plans against it.
Each new frontier has brought new ways and new places to die. Why should the future be different?
Exist to be consumed, and consumed they will be, if not by this generation, then by some future. By what right does this forgotten future seek to deny us our birthright? None, I say. Let us take what's ours.
First triad of victory, for it combines mobility, flexibility, and initiative. Superior training and superior weaponry have, taken together, a geometric effect on overall military strength.
War is war. Destruction is destruction. You think this is obvious, but war is not destruction, it is victory.
We shall take only the greatest minds, the finest soldiers, the most faithful servants. We shall multiply them 1,000-fold and release them to usher in a new era of glory.
Okay, so it looks like we're on the Tupi Campaign. Arariboia? I guess this is going to be our hero. So, I'm guessing that we're going to be more like an archer civ, just based upon how they kind of are representing Age of Empires 3. Unsure. But we'll find out. As always, we're going to keep everything on standard for first playthrough. On the off chance I decide to come back, I might try on legendary difficulty for like all the campaigns, but there's a lot of campaigns, so it's going to be a long time, because I kind of would want to prefer to get through all the campaigns at some point before we ever do that. And hopefully I'm much stronger all around, I guess. Take that on, and I'd probably have to go back through and review some of the VODs and go, okay, nope, take notes on some stuff, including stuff like the Three Kingdoms, where you have decision-based objectives and the like, that can affect future missions for bonuses and the like as well, which are worth it, which might not be. No. Along with the lieutenants and stuff, based upon units that we'll be fighting later, like if there's a weakness, or we just need to really go right into what our civ strength is supposed to be. Alright, let's go and get this
When I
started.
first arrived in Guanabara Bay as a humble missionary, I despaired at the savages. They knew no God, lived in sin, and covered their bodies with unsightly tattoos. Even nature herself seemed appalled by their immorality. Hundreds of fish regularly washed ashore along the rivers, permeating the air with their rancid smell as they rotted under the sun. After a few months in this godless place, I had learned the native language well enough to begin spreading the faith through the jungle. This is where I met Arariboia, the chief of the Maracajá.
Araiboia.
I initially believed all Tupi to be the same. However, as I spent time with the chieftain over the years, I realized my judgment had been made in haste. Despite being a heathen, Arariboia was a man of honor. He had a genuine interest in the good book and would go to great lengths to protect his tribe. The Tupi were divided into countless factions with leaders both noble and wicked, much like the feuding kings of Europe. Arariboia's nemesis was a stubborn warrior named Cunambebe. His tribe fought the Portuguese at every turn and hated anyone who collaborated with them. Their rigid defiance earned them the moniker, the Old Ones. In contrast, Arariboia traded with the settlers. While he could not deny the strength of his rival, he believed Cunambebe was on a fool's errand. The arrival of the Portuguese had changed everything, and the Maracajá stood to gain by treating them as partners rather than enemies. The Europeans brought valuable knowledge and goods. Arariboia envisioned the future where his people and the Portuguese coexisted and thrived in peace, learning from each other's cultures instead of perishing in futile conflicts. This made the Maracajá a target for relentless raids by Cunambebe. Each attack was devastating, but Arariboia fiercely defended his people. Whispers in the wind spoke of a grand scheme by Cunambebe, no mere raid, but an invasion to annihilate the Maracajá once and for all. Arariboia paid no heed to these murmurs, and when the first attackers were spotted, it seemed just like another raid. As before, Arariboia was prepared to fight tooth and nail for his people's home on the island, and to drive off these pesky raiders.
Alright. So I'm assuming we're going to be in a defensive mission. Repel. Guanababa's invasion. Home island is threatened by Guanabara, the nemesis of the Marakaja. The scale of the invasion remains uncertain, but Araiboia is confident that he can stop it in its tracks at the shore. Small groups of enemy raiders have already slipped through sentries and could pounce from any direction. They pose little threat to your army, but could wreak havoc among the refugees. The main settlement on the island, with a home village near the eastern coastline, it is vital to ensure its defense for the tribe's safety. You can support population up to 100 and reach the castle age. You cannot build docks, siege weapons, walls, or castles. The settlement is a universal drop site, yada yada yada, supports 10 population. Tupi can garrison up to 5 villagers within. As long as your castle stands, you can use it to train additional Blackwood archers. They train in pairs and only take half a population space. When protecting the refugees, a few well-positioned towers along the main path can go a long way. With his heavy fortifications, Guanabara is too strong to defeat outright. Instead, focus on protecting your people. Do not hesitate to use Arariboia in battle. If he is injured, he will retreat to the town center where you can train him again. Okay. We have archers that take up half population. So the question is, are they good? Or are they good enough to just simply overwhelm with the half pop?
Guanabara insults us with his pitiful raids. We will teach him that the Marakaja bow to no one! Chase them off the island, men!
Even as you bleed your men to death here, my warriors already control the south side of the island. Your day of reckoning is here, traitor!
The enemy has bypassed our defenses! We are under attack from every direction!
Guanabara is threatening to burn my village to the ground. We cannot let it happen. Defend yourselves with everything you have! True. Guanabara is sending everything he has against us. We must evacuate our people to the northeast, where his forces have yet to penetrate. Protect the refugees at all costs!
Help! Guanabara's clubs are bearing down on us! Is this the end?
The settlement is a hub of economic activity. Use it to expand our control of this region.
Can't build walls.
The first batch of refugees has arrived from the southwest. We must protect them as they travel to safety, or our people will be doomed.
We need to reach the castle age. So He seems pretty formidable, especially since we don't have siege weapons or anything. You get the tarts there.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Tere mi motara rupi. Wari nenamo. Se peñara. Emba e peri asokwe kutana.
Probably safe. I have to make absolute certainty.
Empe. Emba e moyangara. Pasakara.
Ere ni moharu iebe. Se peñara.
Ishe ai kokatu. Emba e moyangara.
Emba e peri potar. Wari nenamo.
That's when I have to set up.
Eikové.
Asokwe kotana. Pasakara.
Ere ni motara rupi. Asokwe kutana. Ya so. Emba e motara rupi.
Ba epe.
Emba e peri potar. Se peñara, eh?
Not really. I really don't.
Quiero que sawa. Emba e moyangara. Ishe ai kokatu. Emba e moyangara. Quiero que sawa. Emba e moyangara.
Mba e moyangara.
Emba e moyangara. Ishe ai kokatu. Emba e moyangara.
Mba epe.
Mba epe. Emba e moyangara. Anye.
Tere mi motara rupi. Empe. Ya Wari nenamo.
Empe. Mba e moyangara.
Quiero que sawa. Empe. Emba e moyangara.
Eikové. Mba e
Quiero que
moyangara.
sawa. Emba e moyangara.
The village has been captured by Kunambebe. We must save the villagers before he can execute them.
Tere mi motara rupi.
Good news, well on gold. Bad news, I'm not in Castle yet.
Mba epe. Emba e moyangara. Empe. Emba e moyangara. Ishe ai kokatu. Pasakara.
Emba e peri. Ya so.
Empe. Se peñara.
The annoying side.
Empe. Mba emonyangara.
Quiero que salga.
Tere mi motara rubi. Emba ete tak.
Ishea y Kokatu. Tekka Sara.
Emba ete tak.
Hey, running good. Thought you wanted to fight.
Wari nenamo.
Passò coi contone. Ogni auie.
You guys go.
Empe. Tere mi motara rubi.
Kunambebe's raiders looted our homes and gathered the spoils in this location. We should reclaim it before they can steal it away from the island.
Se peñara.
Ishea y Kokatu. Emba emo yangara.
Emba ete tak. Awiebe. Asokwe kutariebe. Wari nenamo. Tere mi motara rubi. Chasso. Empe. Se peñara.
We have saved these innocent people from our enemies' clutches. In gratitude, they're offering us their services. I wonder, should we equip them with weapons? Or send them to work? Our villagers are like grazing capybaras, unaware of the anaconda lying in ambush. Let us construct outposts so that we can spot Kunhambebe's raiders before they strike.
Empe.
That looks like there's our first av. We're gonna go seize that.
Tere mi motara rubi. Wari nenamo.
Mba epe. Tekka Sara. Ishea y Kokatu. Aiko aipoba eresene.
Emba ete tak. Tere mi motara rubi.
Eikove. Auie. Mba emonyangara. Auie. Aiko aipoba emonyangara.
Empe.
Emba epe. Emba emo yangara. Kape abegwara.
Emba ete sokwe kutana. Chasso. Empe. Emba ete tak. Se peñara. Tere mi motara rubi. Asokwe kutana.
Mba epe. Empe. Mba Emonhangara.
Start to pop up.
Aiko Aipoba Eresene. Auye. Empe. Aiko Aipoba Eresene.
Excellent job. Our enemies may burn our homes, but they will not take everything we own.
Mba Emonhangara.
Quiero que salga.
Now they're just a little spot there.
Mba Epe.
Auye vete.
Auye.
Empe, emba Emoyangara.
Eikove. Auye vete.
Mba Emonhangara.
Oh, it's supposed to go outposts. Towers instead. While we're not
Ishe
doing
Aiko Katu. Mba Epe. Auye. Aiko Aipoba Eresene. Mba Emonhangara. Decided to just throw everything at them.
Run while you can.
Asokwe kutana.
Eikové. Mba Emonyangara. Sara.
Embe.
Empe.
Ba'auye. Onye. Emba Emoyangara. Emba Emoyangara.
Embai bebe. Embai bebe. Asokwe kutana. Awiebe. Semenyana. Embai bebe. Asokwe kutana. Embe. Tere mi motara rupi.
Mba Epe. Mba Emonyangara. Sara.
Ishe Aikokatu. Tekka Sara.
Eikové.
Yeroke Sawa.
Well done, men. We have stolen the element of surprise from our enemy.
Mba Emonyangara.
Okay, so technically, all I gotta do is just stay here and... yeah. But I want to go on the attack.
Ishe Aikokatu. Mba Emonyangara. Sara.
Embe. Tere mi motara rupi. Wari ninamo. Asokwe kutana.
Alright, we're gonna hold off, also because it adds. And two, we're still only about a little over halfway through. So, this is the biggest question is, how much stone? None that I can see.
Embai bebe. Asokwe kutana. Tere mi motara rupi. Awiebe. Asokwe kutana. Asokwe kutana.
Joke's on me.
Wari ninamo.
Kunhambebe has taken some of the refugees captive. We should break them out of their prison.
Sepenyana. Tere mi motara rupi. Asokwe kutana. Awiebe.
Okay, we're gonna go on the attack. It's gonna probably be a bit stupid, but we're gonna do it.
Asokwe kutana.
Cape a beguara.
There. Not see any more things.
Embai bebe. Wari Nenamo.
Baepe. Eikove. Teka Sara.
Empe. Tere ni motara rubi. Se peñara.
I would happily die to protect my people.
But
But today is not the day I leave this world. Patch me up and get me back in the fight.
Tere ni motara rubi. Emba e tere motara. Chiasso. Wari Nenamo.
Yeah, so you can pretty much solo the those guys there.
Se peñara. Tere ni motara rubi. Emba e tere motara.
Empe.
Tere ni motara rubi.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Ishe Aikokatu. Aikoba Eresene.
Empe.
Eikove.
Emba emo yangara. Tekasara. Quiero que sawa.
Try to counterattack. I'm counterattacking their counterattack. Run on.
Tere ni motara rubi. Empe. Wari Nenamo. Emba e tere motara. Tere ni motara peñara. Empe. Emba e tere motara.
He's attacking my people. See how you like it when I attack yours.
Wari Nenamo. Chiasso. Wari Nenamo. Se peñara. Emba e tere motara. Wari Nenamo. Tere motara rubi. A sopa e puttana. Tere motara rubi. Emba e tere motara. A sopa e puttana.
Shut him up. I'll pop up some skirms. Yes.
Empe. A sopa e puttana. Tere ni motara rubi. Emba e tere motara. A sopa e puttana. Chiasso. Tere ni motara rubi. Empe. Emba e tere motara. Emba e tere motara. Wari Nenamo. Tere ni motara rubi. Empe. Se peñara. Tere
Teremi motara rupi. Ya so. Se peñara.
Empe.
Onye. Asako ikoton. Auye. Imba emoyanga.
Imba epe.
Imba epe.
Teremi motara rupi. Wari menamo. Embaite teremi motara rupi. Embaite motara.
Baepe. Teka Sara. Urakte Sara.
Embe. Ah, oui, ebe.
Now frontal aerial attacks from infantry
We have freed the refugees from Kunhembebe's claws. Send them to safety.
Quiero que sawa.
Se peñara.
Ishe ai kokatu. Mba epe.
Mba Emonyangara.
that hair. It's really able to go on the attack.
Teremi motara rupi. Ya so. Wari nena. Emba empeñada.
Eiko Aipoba Eresene. Mba Emonyangara.
Teremi motara rupi. Wari nena mo.
Ishe ai kokatu. Quiero que sawa.
Emba eperi motar. Ya so. Embe.
We have rescued all the refugees we could. Hurry to the shore. We may not see our homes again for a long time, but one day we will take back what is ours.
I'm already kind of pushing back. It'll take forever, but you know. Mission.
Despite his decades of experience, Arariboia made the mistake of a young warrior by vastly underestimating his enemy. Instead of averting the crisis, he had led his people deeper into it. Skulking through the jungle, bitter and disappointed, he fantasized about shooting a poisoned arrow straight through Kunambebe's heart. Still, he knew that revenge would have to wait. The survival of his tribe was all that mattered now. They had to escape before Kunambebe caught up to them. As he led his men towards the edge of the island, Arariboia swore that this would not be the last time they saw their home.
Lost 281, but we killed 401. It's not too bad.
Arariboia had not chosen this corner of the island as a refuge on a whim. There was a Portuguese trading post here, one he and his father had often visited in his youth. They offered fine metal tools for trade and, perhaps, a safe haven for his tribe. If only he had something to trade for his people's freedom. But what could he offer? Was it even wise to bargain with these powerful foreigners from a position of weakness? As Kunambebe's shouts of "Traitor!" echoed in his ears, his desperation threatened to overwhelm him. He pushed his doubts aside as the trading post came into view between the trees. If his own people deemed him a traitor, so be it. Better that they stay alive and angry than dead and silent.
Reach the Portuguese trading post to the north. Tribe are on the run. They are betting on Portuguese support to escape the island and find a new home. There are several locations to choose from, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Hopes to make an ally of the Portuguese governor, Mendes, whose plentiful resources and military might could turn the tide against Guanabara. His main base lies to the west and could prove a good location for a new home. Stronghold in the northeast is fortified and required a large force and siege weapons to take down. Guanabara has allies. Each individual chieftain is weak and their camps can be easily looted for resources. Doing so will improve your standing with Mendes. Okay. We have a population of 125. As long as you do not have a base, do not waste time trying to repel Guanabara's warriors. Focus on getting to the Portuguese allies as quickly as possible. You may pick your starting location from one of the 3 marked spots on the map, or choose your own starting location to build. Mendes will increase his support to you as you take down more of Guanabara's allies. Assaulting Guanabara's stronghold will not be easy to beat. Fish to boost your economy. Destroy fortifications would be a lot easier if you could borrow some of Mendes' cannons.
Our only hope for survival is to reach the Portuguese trading post. Hurry! And watch out for Guanababa's warriors.
There is no escape, Arariboia! You can never outrun my hatred!
I come to you in bended knee, Governor General. Our peoples have always been friendly. And now, we are threatened with extermination by our enemies. You are our only hope.
I have not forgotten your amiable conduct with us, Arariboia. Take these transport ships and choose one of the locations marked on this map. They will serve as a temporary shelter. Sail like the devil!
I do kind of like a corner.
These 2 tribes have offered us their services, my chieftain. We should decide which of them we want to recruit.
Fishermen, sea warriors.
This tribe will now fight for us.
Portuguese corner. And it doesn't look like he has much of anything here.
You truly are a coward beyond compare. I pity those who have bound themselves to your sinking canoe.
I have led my people to disaster. But all I can do now is focus on surviving. Let us build a new home here, on the mainland.
We'll just build it here. We got free defense. We're in a corner. There's much
Caramba! If I knew the jungle would be crawling with hostiles, I would have brought more bullets! Ready the sails! We must abandon this trading post!
Your pasty saviors turned tail and ran at the first sight of my army. Who's the fool now, Arariboia?
You will be if I take you out. Wait, he actually gets... Aw.
This will be our base of operations, until we can reclaim our home from Kunhambebe.
Okay,
Let us destroy his stronghold in the area and prove that the Marakaja are still a force to be reckoned with.
Some of my naval officers were shipwrecked after a chaotic escape from the trading post. Could you bring them back to me, Arariboia? I promise to make it worth your while.
Brawl versus fire ship. Close range melee.
The jungle here is Kunhambebe's domain. To survive, we must subjugate the tribes allied to him by killing the chiefs. Destroying these tribes gives me no pleasure, but I cannot let any allies of Kunhambebe stand if the Marakaja are to survive.
We had to abandon some of our cannons when Kunhambebe stormed our trade. If you can capture them, I will let you borrow them to deal with his stronghold. I doubt a barbarian like him would know how to use them anyway.
How many tribes?
Ishe ai kokatu.
Those are 125.
Baepe. Mba emonyangara. Cara. Empe. Pusucara.
Question is, where is his stronghold? Might be this. Unlikely. Thought about selling like all over here, but oh, okay, so this is strong. That probably would have been reasonably good if you get there without dying. Unlikely.
Ishe ai kokatu. Mba emonyangara. Mba emonyangara. Mba emonyangara. Mba emonyangara. Auiavete. Tekasara.
Mba epe.
Some stone.
Araiboia.
Gotta build our economic base.
Quiero que sawa. Tekasara.
Ishe ai
Tekasara. Quiero que sawa.
Imba emoyangara.
Ishe ai kokatu. Mba emonyangara.
Super close. All the more painful.
Eikové. Mba emonyangara.
I would happily die to protect my people. But today is not the day I leave this world. Patch me up and get me back in the fight.
Auie. Empe. Mba emonyangara.
That's fine. I got the castle age, and then I can build a castle somewhere and actually expand elsewhere. Let's get stone. Oh, spot one.
Embai sopputaan.
75 gold.
Mbaepe. Mbaemo Nyangara. Urak Tusara.
Tere mi motara rubi. Wari nenamo. Embaepe eripotar. Ya so. Se peñara. Ya so. Ah, we have it. Se peñara. Embe.
Might die.
I would happily die to protect my people. But today is not the day I leave this world. Patch me up and get me back in the fight.
Mbaemo Nyangara.
Probably just two military.
Ishe Aikokatu. Mbaemo Nyangara. Mbaemo Nyangara.
Just don't have to worry about the market dying or something stupid. Oh, I guess it's...
Mbaepe.
Mbaepe. Ishe Aikokatu.
Embaepe asakwe kutana. Tere mi motara rubi. Wari nenamo.
Okay, so that's a separate island. So that should be relatively easy to take once you get enough forces.
Embe. Ah, we have it.
Empe.
Tere mi motara rubi. Ah, we have it. Kutana. Embe.
Eikove. Mbaemo Nyangara. Mbaemo Nyangara.
Embaepe eripotar.
Eikove. Mbaemo Nyangara.
Embe. Ya so. Embaepe eripotar. Tere mi motara rubi.
What about the spearmen?
Mbaemo Yangara. Mbaemo Yangara. Libera que quiero que salva.
Embaete eripotan. Asokwe kutana.
Baepe. Empe. Uraktasara. Baemonhangara. Baepe. Uraktasara.
Two archers that take half the population. Actually, a pretty good thing that we just decided to build here instead. I'm thinking. Like, I think that's just a straight up trap. Oh yeah, you can come over here. Run right into like their freaking main town. Okay, once that's all done, we'll have to start building fish traps, I think. Just for a little bit. Invest in one of this. Strong versus infantry, monks, siege weapons. After 4.
Empe.
4 plus 1. That's kind of better off going with regular skirmishes then, I guess. At least for strong frontal attack. Has a bit more melee armor, I guess, but not as much pierce armor. Warriors and slingers attack 25% faster. The champ. It's this guy, right? Yeah. Okay, we need 400 food. We're gonna go and pump out some more villagers and get extra. We have an entire gold mine here. We have some stone for that. We'll go for eventually.
Empe. Mbaemonhangara. Mbae Moyangara.
Mbae Moyangara.
Oh, cool. Even better. They already took up one tower.
Ishea Kokatu. Mbae Moyangara.
Mbae Moyangara.
My head was just sitting there not being attacked by the archers. Yeah, that's not bad.
Even at the edge of death, I will never regret my alliance with Kunambebe.
Empe. Mbae Moyangara.
So I think I have to go find the naval officers in order for him to have enough favor, probably. Oh, well, never mind.
Mbae Moyangara. Urak Tsara.
And we'll just kind of... So this one we have some... that. Not gonna have any upgrades for one. Like this entire mission, we're not having at all.
Quiero que Sawa. Mbae Moyangara. Tekka Sara.
That also is for population.
Mbae Moyangara. Mbae Moyangara. Ibera que tensa. Ishea Kokatu. Tekka Sara.
If we can grab this, all the better. I don't know how many forces we have though. Imagine most of that army that we saw earlier. Fully kitted out all the upgrades.
Quiero que Sawa.
Good.
Mbae Moyangara. Mbae Moyangara. Mbae Moyangara. Mbae Moyangara. Tekka Sara.
Asokwe kutembe. Ah, uyebe.
They just destroyed their own ship.
Yangara. Teka Sara.
Tere mi motarbi. Se peñara. Tere mi motarbi.
Ishea i
Auie. Auie vete.
Asako i kontuna. Auie.
Sara.
Apparently there's no army here.
Tere mi motarbi. Tere mi motarbi. Embai se peñana.
Show up with some rams, apparently.
Splendido! Nothing beats the effectiveness of a well-aimed cannon. Take these and make short work of Kunan Bebe.
Software kutere ni motarbi. Embai te software kutana. Embe. Wari menamo. We have embai te mañana. A software kutana. Wari menamo. Just saw, a software kutana. Tere mi motarbi. A software kutana.
I care about more about the cannons right now. So something has to get left behind. Rams are pretty beat up.
Embai motar. We have
On it, on
Tere mi motarbi.
May as well. Yeah. Certainly worse for wear.
Embai te motar. Se peñana. Tere
On the
mi
warpath.
motarbi.
Destroying these tribes gives me no pleasure. but I cannot let any allies of Kunhambebe stand if the Merkazar are to survive.
As you defeat the tribes and absorb their resources, you free up my soldiers for new operations. When the enemy has the numbers, a good general knows to divide and conquer.
Wari Ninamo! Embai Berimbutan. Asokwe Kutta. Derenimotara Rubi. Embai Berimbutan. Sepeñana. Asokwe Kutta. Just saw.
Okay. We can sell right on all the way over here and plant. I don't see too much advantage with it other than maybe a couple of early raids, but...
Even at the edge of death, I will never regret my alliance with Kunhambebe.
I don't see too much advantage. Another stone.
Sepeñana. Embai Berimbutan. Derenimotara Rubi. Asokwe Kutta. Embai Berimbutan. Asokwe Kutta. Asokwe Kutta. Wari Ninamo! Asokwe Kutta. Just saw.
Destroying these tribes gives me no pleasure, but I cannot let any allies of Kunhambebe stand if the Merkazar are to survive.
Wari Ninamo!
I guess we could do some quick kills. You'd end up with some really good economic base, maybe.
You do know how to run towards something instead of running away from it. Very well. Come closer and face my club.
Technically not even close to finding the officers, apparently. I'm guessing that they must be like stranded over here.
Embai Berimbutan. Derenimotara Rubi. Sepeñana. Just saw. Embai Berimbutan.
That's concerning.
Asokwe Kutta.
Maybe if I do some quick snipes or something. I don't think I have this. Alright. Apparently they're dead.
Embai Berimbutan. Embai Berimbutan.
We'll place that over there. spot this night. Oh, he doesn't care. Fantastic.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Tekka Sara.
Aso Koturna. Auye.
Don't want to lose the cannons.
Tekka Sara.
Mba Epe.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Yero ke sawa. Mba Emo Yangara. Ishe ai kokatu. Mba Emo Yangara.
Mba emo nyangara.
Yero ke sawa.
Mba emo nyangara. Tekka Sara.
Thank the heavens! I am the last survivor of this shipwreck, and I feared I would become its final casualty. Please take me back to the governor's town center.
Yeah, about that. I gotta go heal some people first. Back in line.
Even at the edge of death, I will never regret my alliance with Kunambebe.
Impressive work! Keep this up, and you'll be king of the jungle before you know it.
We're just gonna try with that. Now it's come back for him. It's probably, I don't know. That one might be. Let's see. Sunken ship might be one over here. We're going on this side, just so I can drop like this.
Destroying these tribes gives me no pleasure, but I cannot let any allies of Kunambebe stand if the Merkaj are to survive.
Alright, and
Even at the edge of death, I will never regret my alliance with Kunambebe.
The Lord sends relief at last! It is just my luck to escape on the dingiest galley in the fleet.
Asokwe kutana.
Go back for him. And then I guess possibly that.
Asokwe
Oh, I feel that.
Destroying these tribes gives me no pleasure, but I cannot let any allies of Kanhembebe stand if the Merkazar to survive.
Remarkable. You have done more to pacify the jungle today than I have accomplished in a year. You have a strategic mind, Arariboia. I believe it.
Oh, there it is. Alright, now we can have all 3 of the naval officers. As long as the ship doesn't get sunk or something.
Mbae Monhangara. Mbae Monhangara. Mbae Monhangara. Mbae Monhangara. Mbae Monhangara. Sara.
The Lord sends relief at last! It is just my luck to escape on the dingiest galley in the fleet.
Apparently not going to lose that way. That's some interesting shit. I don't know where he wants them to return to. So I'm just going to drop him here. I think castle maybe, but
My gratitude overflows. I will instruct my shipwrights to give your ships a hefty upgrade.
alright, well, I don't really need those anymore. But since we got ads coming up, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and do a quick bio break. So back in a few. That should be over by now. So, continue on here. That's the real question is, so this way, I kind of feel like probably gonna get better. Like surely there's a castle or something. Looks like
Baepe.
Baepe. Tekka Sara.
Sepeñara.
I would happily die to protect my people. But today is not the day I leave this world. Patch me up and get me back in the fight.
You have a strategic mind.
Kokatu.
But that just looking at our hero back. Not support. Motion. That's how you're feeling
strategic mind, Arariboia.
When I catch you, I will feed you piece by piece to the snakes, you miserable traitor!
I am not proud of seeking refuge with the Portuguese, but one cannot survive on pride alone. After today, my people have a future once more.
At least we got cannons.
With bravery and skill, and not a little help from the Portuguese cannons, the Maracajá had survived. With their foothold secured, Arariboia drew up plans to strike back at Cunhambebe. Yet he knew he couldn't do it alone. The unlikely alliance with Mãe de Sá had been a success. The Pale Commander had fought viciously, tipping the scales in Arariboia's favor. Without him and his ships, the Maracajá would have been like the stranded fish rotting on the shores of Guanabara Bay. Could de Sá be trusted? For now at least, he seemed to be a man of his word. A warrior in hard metal and soft silk, rather than feathers and tattoos, but a warrior nonetheless. A few days after their victory, de Sá invited him to a formal dinner. Stepping into the fort's mess hall felt like entering a strange new world. Everything was foreign, from the spiced dishes and silver plates to the little spits they used to pick up their food. A new fashion even amongst the Portuguese, de Sá told him. Yet the conversation flowed pleasantly. My translator Anchieta tells me you have a proposal, said de Sá, pausing for me to relay his words in Tupi. But just as Arariboia was about to reply, a messenger bursts into the hall. Governor General! Our men have sighted French ships in the bay! De Sá dropped his fork. How many cannons? When the answer came, the foreigner went even paler than he already was. The French? Who are they? Arariboia asked. De Sá replied in hushed tones. They are to us what Cunhambebe is to you.
And so now we have to take on the French. Perhaps.
Arariboia had assumed all Europeans were the same, but the arrival of the French made him realize his error. They had come to wrest control of the coast from the Portuguese no matter the cost, or so their commander boasted. Nicolas Duron was the very caricature of the adventurous European. He spoke in melodies, and his gleaming rapier danced through the air with each dramatic gesture. Arariboia had known many such men, all bark, no bite. Don't let his theatrics fool you, de Sá warned him. Duron is a dangerous man. He has fought the Ottomans across Europe and Africa, and now he has come to establish a colony he calls France Antarctique. The names of these distant peoples and places meant little to Arariboia, but de Sá's concerned look spoke volumes. Duron and the French were an immediate threat. That makes my plan even more urgent, Arariboia said. He presented his proposal with such speed and conviction that I found myself scrambling to keep up with the translation. The Maracajá and the Portuguese each faced an enemy intent on their destruction. Divided, they would both lose, but together, they could weather the storm. A long-term alliance, a partnership, if you will, between the Portuguese and the Maracajá. That is my proposal. The Governor General eyed him with an expression that was impossible to read. Perhaps, in that moment, he saw Arariboia's true character. This was not a man content to be a mere tool. He was a true leader, a general, a visionary, an equal. Then a partnership it will be, came his reply. Your tribe will help rid these Frenchmen from my doorstep, and in return, I will lend you my full support against Cunhambebe. From this day forth, the Portuguese and the Maracajá's fates are intertwined. The alliance was sealed with a handshake. Yet, the waves of fate rarely allow for smooth sailing.
will defeat Nicholas Durand. To repay his favor to Mendoza, has led his army to the shore to push the French invaders back into the sea. The Portuguese have built an imposing fort in the south, which they believe to be impregnable. The French adventurer Nicholas Durand has landed in the west, where he is quickly establishing a camp, which he will defend with cavalry, crossbowmen, and gunpowder units. In addition, Nicholas Durand has an armed fleet at his disposal. It is undoubtedly looking for a way to exploit this new development. However, his forces do not appear to be in the area yet. You can now support a population of 150 and may advance to the Imperial Age. Reaching the Imperial Age will allow you to research your unique technology, your rare, which will give your ranged soldiers and fortifications the ability to deal poison damage. In preparation for their landing, the French have occupied a small island and sandbanks near the coast. To drive the French from there, we will need to build a fleet of our own. You won't be able to go toe-to-toe with the French armor and guns. Rely on your sheer numbers and poisoned arrows as your main strengths. Okay, so in other words, we might not have the best spearmen.
You call this untamed jungle a colony de ça? Bonté divine! Since you're clearly not using it, I will relieve you of your burden. From this day on, this land shall be known as France Antarctique!
Durand is as pompous as a peacock, but he's no fool. We must drive him off the beach before he can dig in, or we may never be rid of him.
Mbaemonyangara.
It's funny. Both have the same hotkey. So, not exactly the best of defenses.
Mbaemonyangara.
I'm gonna build a fortification there.
Quiero que sawa.
Baepe.
Shea e Kokatu. Passacara.
Embaete. Taninamo. Ah, oui, a soque cutana.
Enough there. Build one there. Probably need to build one right around here. And one here in the back line as well. Place that like
Mbae Monyangara.
that.
Teka Sara.
Asokwe kutana. Embae pe se peñara. Asokwe kutana. Wiebe. Chasso. Wiebe. Asokwe kutana.
Eikové.
Teremi arabi. Wiebe. Embae pe asokwe kutana. Teremi arabi. Wiebe. Se peñara. Asokwe kutana. Wiebe. Asokwe kutana. Asokwe kutana. Asokwe minamo. Asokwe kutana.
Baepe. Mbae Moyangara.
What are we to do? Those hulking French sea monsters damage our fishing ships, and now we cannot feed our families.
I shall send one villager over.
Mbaepe. Mbae Monyangara. Mbae Monyangara. Pusukara. Empe. Pusukara.
Baepe. Mbae Moyangara.
Mbae Monyangara.
Embae pe tan.
Empe. Aiko baere sene. Mbae Mongaturonsara. Mbae Mongaturonsara. Mongaturonsara. Mongaturonsara.
Might be left alone.
Do you think I would just land without a plan, Dessa? While you were busy courting the Marakaja losers, I found myself a new friend in their conqueror. Look behind you!
When you stooped to ally with you, you gave me no choice but to do the same. Now let us see who picked the strongest bearded fool.
Mbae Moyangara.
Nossa Senhora! We do not have the manpower to withstand this attack. Fall back and regroup!
Mbae Monyangara.
Yero que sawa.
Awiye. Uraktisara.
Wiebe.
Really gotta stop losing those.
Apologies for abandoning you in such a rush, but I had no choice. Now, I'm on my way with a greater army. If you can recapture my fort, we can use it as a base for driving Durand into the sea.
Okay, so I guess I have like 20 minutes to retake it. Is that what he's trying to tell me?
We are fighting on two fronts, men. To succeed, we need to slow our enemies down. Torch the French docks and all the supplies they hold.
Embe, a soque kutana.
Ishe Aikokatu. Mba Emonyangara. Teka Sara.
Tere tarbe.
Empe.
Baepe.
Embe, chiasso. Embai lieve. Guari ninamo. Embe. Tere di motare di sepegnana. Guari ninamo. Soque awiebe.
Quiero que sawa. Passa cara.
Embai soque kutaniebe. Tere chiasso.
Eikové. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Auyabete. Mba Epe. Mba Emonyangara.
Ishe Aikokatu.
Pusukara. Mba Emonyangara. Sara. Aiko Aipoba Eresene. Teka Sara.
Quiero que sawa.
Mba Emonyangara. Sara. Ishe Aikokatu. Mba
Ishe
Emonyangara.
Aikokatu. Mba Emoyangara.
Tere a soque kutana. Sepegnana. Embe. A soque
Mba
kutana.
Epe. Mba Emonyangara.
Guari ninamo.
Mba Emoyangara.
Embe. A soque chiasso. Embai a soque kutana.
Okay, eventually we're going to try and build up 2 separate armies. Maybe get some siege at some point. Look at that.
Asoko ikotuna. Teka Sara.
Tere di motare rubi.
Eikové. Auye. Auyabete. Mba Emonyangara.
That's how I feel like
Quiero que sawa. Teka Sara.
Only freaking snakes are
Embe. Tere di motare rubi. Guari ninamo.
Mba Emonyangara. Mba Epe. Empe. Aiko Aipoba Eresen. Ishe Aiko Kakurete.
Snakes are there?
Sara.
Snakes. Do they just instantly like spawn from over there?
Eikove. Aiko Aipoba Eresen.
Probably get that one. By damaging its castle.
Baepe. Urakatu Sara.
I cannot find the words to thank you, but I can show you my gratitude in fresh fish instead.
Just saw.
Ishe Aiko Katu. Emba Emoyangara.
Emba Epe Eripota. Empe.
Empe. Oh yeah. Eikove. Mba Emonyangara.
Tere di montare ubi. Se pegnara. Emba Epe Eripota.
Baepe. Aiko Aipoba Eresene. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara.
Tere di montare ubi. Emba Epe Chassa. Se pegnara.
Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara.
Yeah, this guy would follow me.
Wari nenamo. Empa epe eripotar. Empa soque kutan.
You think one surprise attack is enough to take me out, Durand? Think again. Into the fray, man!
Okay,
bright side. I'm not forced to recapture that under a time limit.
Mbaemonyangara. Eikové. Mbaemonyangara.
Se peñala Wari nenamo. Empe. Ya so. Emba epe eripotar. Embar la soque kutar.
Not too much to say. A lot of good. Go for all points, objectives, if possible.
Se peñala.
Care about that. There's no one here doing production anyway. Although I could probably land here and just move right in.
Quiero que salga. Mbae Moyangara.
Probably go for that one.
Fine.
Yes, he's dead.
Take the fort. A real warrior has no need for walls. Go make your master happy, you weakling.
Only one weak here is that's pretty.
Ishe ai kokatu. Mbae Moyangara.
So we can get through here without being locked out. Grabbing it like it's a workshop, but it's not. It's racing. I was expecting more of a fight.
Sepeñana. Tere ni motare upi.
Sara.
Maybe there's some.
You call that a victory? I was merely testing you, Dessart. And now I know what your weaknesses are. We will meet again.
soon.
France lost its greatest god Chester when you left, Durand. This is a great victory for us both, Arariboia. Clouds are scattering, and the future looks bright again. Ha!
Those gold over there were really neat. Don't see like any stone.
France Antarctique, Mainsa laughed as he toasted Arariboia at their shared celebration. Only a flamboyant Frenchman would come up with such a name. Arariboia chuckled, even though he didn't fully understand the Sa's boasting. They had won a small but significant battle, and their alliance had passed its first major test. That was reason enough to celebrate. Ultimate victory was far from certain, though. The pact between Duran and Kunambebe had caught them off guard, and their combined strength remained a frightening prospect. Still, Arariboia and Mainsa had something their enemies lacked: trust. Duran would abandon his native allies in a heartbeat if it served his purposes. Meanwhile, Kunambebe despised all Europeans, even if he had stooped to using one to fight another. It was a weakness Arariboia intended to exploit. As we Portuguese like to say, one swallow does not make a summer. A toast to our continued success.
118 loss, 438 kill. Not too bad.
The swashbuckling Duran was a loose cannon, and worse, he was armed with enough gunpowder to blow the Portuguese galleons to smithereens. The Sa and Arariboia would have to deal with him before they could take on Kunambebe. The Frenchman had not been idle, however. After his defeat on the coast, he had relocated to a small, defensible island. There, he began constructing a formidable stone fortress he called Fort Coligny. Once his cannons were installed, the fort would be nearly impregnable. Arariboia grew restless. The longer we wait, the more prepared our enemies will be. We should strike as soon as possible. If we surprise them, we can dictate the pace of the battle. They readied their men for an attack that very night.
But do I get access to cannons again? Probably not. Alright, so we are helping Maine de Saul besiege the French stronghold, Fort Colony. As the Portuguese are low on supplies and manpower, we will have to do the heavy lifting for now. De Saul has lost much of his strength, but given time and assistance, he will resume his efforts in capturing the Fort Colony. Guanabara is supporting the French with his hordes of Pima warriors and a few archers covering the land. So for those guys, we can just spam archer spam. They have less pierce defense. We will likely try to exploit any weakness and target the depleted Portuguese forces. The French are entrenched in Fort Colony. Their ships will attempt to repel seaborne operations. On land, they will launch sorties consisting of heavy cavalry, swordsmen, crossbowmen, and gunpowder units. We have a population of 150 at max. Needs time to rebuild. He has lost most of his ships to the batteries. The few remaining galleons are beached to the south and are now are in no sailing condition. Maybe we can get cannons or something off of them. Unless dealt with, Colombabe's warriors will threaten your flank if you choose to approach the French fortifications by land. Gaining naval supremacy and blockading the fort from the sea could create a new offensive opportunity.
The gunpowder I planted will go off at any moment. Keep quiet and stay vigilant. Once the thunder sounds, we attack.
The way to the fort is open! Charge and give them hell!
We
have those fools trapped like rats in a cage! Blow them back to hell!
Questa cara deverate pensare.
The rat is blowing us to pieces! Abandon the siege! We must regroup or we will never be able to take the fort!
Okay, so I'm assuming it's like up here, or he's down.
Teka Sara. Ishe ai kokatu. Awiye. Teka Sara.
Alright, so we're gonna go on stone, and if we need to, we will build right there.
My men are shaken after the French counterattack. Keep the enemy off our back while we regroup. Then we will strike at Fort Coligny together.
Just gonna see what's back over here, if anything.
We were forced to abandon most of our gunpowder and weapons in the escape. We must recapture them before they fall into the wrong hands.
We just need to build a significant archer force. So I want archer duty for now.
Empe. Mba Emonyangara. Teka Sara.
I could build another one like over here just to give him some extra defense, maybe. I'm not quite sure over here.
Mba Emonyangara. Sara.
One research stone. About two. Something.
Ishe ai kokatu. Mba Emonyangara. Teka Sara. Eikove. Mba Emonyangara.
Wari Ninamo.
There are kegs of gunpowder spread around the fort. If we destroy them, we can unleash the Frenchmen's own thunder upon them. We have secured the gunpowder cart. Now our allies will be able to train cannoneers for the fight.
Okay. There he is up here. That's what I thought.
Those French boats are carrying Navy supplies. If you can seize their cargo, we can use it to repair my ships.
That should be enough for...
Empe. Teka Sara.
Ishea Ikokatu.
Empe. Se peñara.
Handle that. Just in case. Got some more gold. Let's do that. Good luck here.
Baepe. Empe. Aiko Aipoba Eresene. Eikove. Mba Emonyangara.
Mba Emoyangara.
Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara.
Mba Emoyangara.
Wari Ninamo. Emba ete tan. Asokwe kutana.
We're gonna hold off. We're gonna hold off. I'm gonna have some Should be starting up in 30 seconds. Not doing anything too important just yet, so I only got one snooze left. Pirate's life for us.
Excellent work, my friend. Dispatch the workers to repair my ships. My captains will supervise the process.
Quiero que sawa. Emba Moyangara. Emba Moyangara. Libera que tem Sara. Mba epe.
Auya bete.
Ishe ai kokatu. Emba Moyangara. Emba Moyangara.
Mba Moyangara. Mba Moyangara.
Quiero que sawa. Emba Moyangara.
Build up invasion force, take out. Oh, what's this? Guard. Okay, I don't expect them to come out. For that.
Emba Moyangara. Emba Moyangara. Emba Moyangara. Tecca Sara.
Empe. Chiasso. Tere mi montare un picco.
Mba Moyangara.
Oh, yeah, there's a relic.
Mbaepe.
Mbaepe.
Relic.
Mbae Moyangara. Urak de Sara.
That's simple.
Quiero que sawa. Mbae Moyangara.
He has but one job. Relic.
Empe. Mbae Moyangara.
Ishea iko Mbae Moyangara. Empe. Teka Sara.
We should be able to run through the archers then.
Empe. Auie. Ikatu remonane.
Ishe Aikokatu. Mbae Mongatu. Mongaturon Sara. Mongaturon Sara.
I guess I'm going to repair it, right? Sometimes I wonder if I should hold off on doing certain repairs. It's like, oh yeah, you just start another event. And you're not ready for it, so it was a waste. I think Three Kingdoms is kind of like that, a little bit. Yeah, regular cannons, not good time to waste. Just straight up 2,000 food. Okay, well, it's not being attacked by Poison Yes, I could do Sturms.
Ya so, se peñana. Embai, Tararupi.
Eikové. Mbae Mongaturon Sara. Mbae Mongaturon Sara. Teka Sara.
Might have died.
Tere mi sopwe kutana. Ya so.
Yeah, I'm not very impressed with our allies so far. Oh, I guess we lost the ships.
Baepe.
My ships will commence the bombardment of Fort Colligan on your signature. However, they will need protection against Iran's navy.
Se peñana.
Mbaepe, Ishe ai Kokatu. Mbae Moyangara. Mbae Moyangara. Tekasara.
Guari Dinamo Sepeñana Yaso Guari Dinamo Sepeñana
Found an island of gold. We are going to need a bit of navy in order to protect them. I'm thinking just fire ships and galleys.
Ishe ai Kokatu. Teka Sara. Baepe. Au yabete. Mbae Moyangara.
The French were too occupied with their precious fort to see that we were losing the battle. Fall back, men! We will not waste our lives for this Frenchman's folly.
Still have to fight him. I think we got like one more mission after this. Do we?
Just saw.
So. Fire's gone too.
Guari Dinamo.
Three galleons, 3 fire ships, and I guess 1 warhorse. Bucket tree.
forts fall apart as soon as you look at them. Did you build them with rotten driftwood, Duran? Or are you just that shoddy of an engineer?
Oh, let's release some thunder scum anyway.
Happily died to protect my people. But today is not the day I leave this world. Patch me up and get me back in the fight.
Se pegnara sopra cuttana.
Oh, top 31 bombard troops.
Attack an enemy now.
That's the signal! Rain hellfire on the French fortifications, sailors! But look out for the enemy ships!
Another wooden fort crumbles before my brave warriors. Another wooden fort crumbles before my brave warriors. another wooden fort crumbles before my brave warriors.
Empe. Ya so. Emba ete imotar. Tere mi motar. Empe. Se peñana.
Quiero que sawa.
Mba Emonhangara.
Emba ete imotar. Guarimena. Empe.
Ishe ai kokatu.
Mba Emonhangara.
Sara.
Tere mi motar. Emba ete imotar. Se peñana.
Fourth calling me. Duran's pride and joy lies in ashes. This is a great victory. I could not have done it without you, Arariboia.
You can keep these burned out husks if you like, the Tsar. Give them to your native friend. I hear he's still looking for a roof over his head.
I missed one powder kegs. Oh well, we're on with it.
It was hard to see today's accomplishments as a victory. Fort Colony lay in ruins, and Kunambebe's warriors had been driven back, but at a terrible cost. All the Portuguese cannon ships had been sunk. His allies' greatest advantage, their firepower, was now lost. The Tsar had called it a Pyrrhic victory, but Arariboia was too occupied by his gloomy thoughts to ask what that meant. Had he been a fool to ally with the Portuguese? He could have led his tribe into the jungle after they lost their home. Instead, they were fighting and dying for the foreigners in a war that wasn't even theirs. Kunambebe's accusation of traitor echoed in his mind, and for the first time, he began to believe it. Reinforcements are on their way from Portugal, the Tsar told him as they considered their options. I do not know when they will arrive. All we can do is wait. When you are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, there is no escape.
I would have gotten a different outcome if they didn't seek. Maybe. Super great. But take it. How many forts?
When it rains, it pours. And it was certainly pouring for Arariboia and Sa. The relentless Duran had already regrouped at a new fort. Nearby, Kunambebe's army was gathering in greater numbers than ever before. Their target was the crown jewel of the Portuguese colonies, the burgeoning town of Rio de Janeiro. Capturing Rio would spell disaster for both Portuguese and Maracajá. It was all coming to a head. If Mãe Sá was forced to surrender, Arariboia's tribe would not survive. Despite Arariboia's gloom, it was nothing compared to the Tsar, who suddenly appeared much paler and older. We have no cannons, few weapons, and fewer men. Our only advantage is the one we create, so let us make one. On days like these, I wish I had your resilience, the Tsar replied. I will follow your lead, Chief Arariboia. Bring us our final victory.
Alright, so what are we looking at? Let's claim this camp. Imperial Age, we now finally have population 200. Mendesau is badly weakened after the loss of his navy. Araiboia will have to protect his wonder until reinforcements arrive from Portugal. The French navy does not need to be defeated, but conducting land offensives with the ships attacking you from behind could prove difficult. Making the most of a bad hand, you and Mendesau pursue their enemies south to Rio de Janeiro. They are now preparing a surprise attack on the enemy position outside the city. Nicholas Durand is minutes away from pouncing on Rio. He aims to snatch the newly founded colony and thereby put an end to the Portuguese designs on Brazil forever. And Dessau lost many men, most of his ships, and nearly all of his gunpowder. However, the news that reinforcements are on the way from Portugal has been a light at the end of the tunnel. He is determined to hold Rio de Janeiro until the relief force arrives. The French have built a powerful star fort west of the city. They are still outnumbered their opponents, and they will throw everything they have at you in the battle. Expect swordsmen, heavy cavalry, crossbowmen, hand cannoneers, and cannons. Durand has based his navy in yellow on the eastern shore of the bay, from where his powerful ships threaten Rio de Janeiro. Lastly, Guanahambe's army has made camp to the south, where they will rendezvous with their French allies and fight like a cornered beast. And attack with a myriad of melee warriors along with archers and siege weapons, as well as guns borrowed from Durand.
Durand has nearly captured Rio de Janeiro. While Dessau strikes back at the French, we must ambush Guanabara and take over his base near the city. Take heart, my warriors. Today we will save the Maracajá. The enemy runs away like a scared jungle cat. Let us use this moment to replenish our arrows. Mbebe will be back as soon as he has licked his wounds, and we need to be prepared.
Empe. Pusikara. Ishe Urakata Sara. Mba Emoyangara. Sara.
Fall back! You may have thrown me off balance, Dessau, but just you wait. Soon, I will unleash the full force of my army.
Rio is ours once more. Our position in this bay is secure so long as the city stands. Reinforcements are on their way from Portugal. We must hold on until they arrive. Then we shall finally defeat our enemies.
Yero que sawa. Imba Emoyangara. Teka Sara.
Ishe Aikokatu. Urakata Sara. Teka Sara.
Teremi montara rupi. Ah, oui, Asokwe kutan. Ah, oui, Asokwe kutana.
If we build that there,
ah, oui,
for a bit, I'll probably need a secure up here as well.
Baepe. Teka Sara.
Embai teri putar.
will utilize a small navy and try to tap the rest.
Imba emo yangara. Imba emo yangara. Iberaka kensara. Quiero que sawa.
Tere ni motare upi. Asokwe kutana.
Forces over here and explore that a little bit.
When my cannon ships are done with Rio, your pitiful village will be nothing but a smoldering ruin.
I have no ships to patrol the shore with until reinforcements arrive. Send your canoes and protect Rio de Janeiro.
Every last Maracajá will fall to my new fire sticks. When I am done with them, I will carve your traitorous heart from your body.
I mean, you can say that, but guys
Empe. Mba Emonyangara. Sara. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Urak Sara.
That's just barely. I guess that's multiple. Mba Emonyangara.
Imba emo yangara. Ishe ay kokatu. Imba emo yangara.
Mba Emonyangara.
Asoko ikotuna. Awiye. Ishe ay kokatu.
Mba Emonyangara.
Imba emo yangara.
Quiero que sawa.
Imba emo
Quiero
yangara.
que sawa.
Imba emo yangara.
Asokwe kutana.
I'm assuming that leads us back to this camp.
Asokwe kutana.
Ishe ay kokatu. Imba emo yangara. Imba emo yangara.
Ishe ay kokatu. Mba Emonyangara.
Probably do build a couple of towers.
Ecove. Mba Emonyangara.
Asokwe kutana.
Mba Epe. Urak Sara. Ecove.
A French cannon galleon has been sighted. Focus your fire on it, men. The wonder in Rio is under attack. We must not let it fall.
I'll go over here.
Deverá que pensar.
Deverá que te sara.
Probably also build a couple of castles over here. Put on the safe side.
Embae Moyangara. Embae Moyangara. Embae Moyangara. Yero que sawa.
Baepe.
Tekka Sara.
A soco ecutana.
Se peñara.
A French cannon galleon has been sighted. Focus your fire on it, men.
French Navy receives supplies of gunpowder through the mouth of the bay. Build and maintain a forge on this island, the stockpiles will soon run dry.
Mbae Moyangara. Teka Sara. Mbaepe. Asok ko turn. Ishe ay kokatu. Yero ke sawa.
Frenchmen! Why have my cannons stopped working? You must send me more of your thunder powder.
I will do no such thing, you pompous wastrel! You are killing more of your men than the Portuguese with those cannons!
Mbaepe. Mbae Moyangara.
Sails on the horizon! The reinforcements are here! Now, let us go on the offensive and repay our enemies in kind. A French cannon galleon has been sighted! Focus your fire on it, men! The reinforcements will have plenty of guns and ammunition from Europe. Take these muskets and give them to your best marksman, Arariboia. I'm sure you can put them to good use. No, that's... I cannot part with my cannons while the French Navy threatens our sea. If you help me sink their fleet, I will give you some of my guns.
Dinamo. Embe. Araiboia. Embai Sultan. Araiboia. Semenyana.
Lost one.
A soco é cutana.
Ishe ai kokatu.
A soco é cutana.
I'm dead.
Dinamo.
More damage.
Empe. Eikove.
Emba Emoyangara.
Never cease to impress me, my friend. No French supply ships will be able to sail past this fort.
Baepe. Aiko aipoba eresene.
Embe.
I don't need these things anymore. So are they actually repairing the possible close?
Teremi montare di semenyana. Emba e per Embe. A soco e cuari nena. Teremi montare sì. Emba e per semenyana. Embe. Ya so. Teremi montare guari menamo. este ejecutar se
Oh, cool. They're actually
peñara.
coming to help. Nice. Put the castle on the southwestern island. Beat the French Navy. So I was gonna have to come over here and destroy that stuff.
I would happily die to protect my people. But today is not the day I leave this world.
Oh, we can
Patch
just
me up
kinda
and get me back in the fight.
flank them a little bit from here.
Empe. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Mba Emonyangara. Sara.
Protector of the Tupi is humiliated, while the traitor is rewarded for his treason. I should have killed you when I had the chance, Arariboia. Then I could have let the Europeans fight it out before crushing them both.
Quit while you're there. I think we might be able to pull something off. Possibly. Also, there's gold here.
A quella Yes, sir.
Question is, do you want me to attack here to eliminate them? Or have to attack here? Perhaps both. What's going on with this?
Aiboba eresene.
I know it's like there's more ships out there, but I seem to patrol over here. Could be towards that direction.
Ishe ai kokatu. Sara. Mba emonyangara. Mba emonyangara. Sara.
Araiboia.
That's supposed to be a real version now. Let's destroy those buildings.
Empe. Eikove.
Tekka Sara.
Empe. Ishe ai kokatu. Mba emonyangara. Tekka Sara.
I thought it would expect to be attacked, but that way I can replenish our archers a little faster.
Mba epe. Alright. Looks like there's something there. Everything that we actually have to care about.
The majestic French navy, sunk by canoes and rickety Portuguese dinghies. You will both pay for this. Rio will burn.
My men have wheeled the cannons of our ships. Take them and blast the grin off Kunam Baby's face.
Enpa eteen tar se peñara. Teremi motara lupi. Ya so.
Quiero que sawa.
Mba Emonhangara. Teca Sara.
Enpa eteen tar. Ya so.
Guess it just randomly spawned.
Embe. Ya so. Irradiate.
There is no glory to be found in a farce like this. To hell with you all! And to hell with this barbarian continent!
My warriors, rejoice! With our enemies vanquished, we can at last return to our homeland. This is a glorious day for the Maracajá.
Finally conceded.
The alliance between Arariboia and Mãe de Sá, which once seemed so fragile, had proven to be as resilient as Brazil would. Not one to linger on his failures, Nicola Duran picked up the pieces of his broken expedition. As he set sail for new horizons, he denounced his former ally. If only I had allied with a man like Arariboia and not this Guanabara, this anchor around my neck, then everything would have been different. Guanabara, for his part, fled into the jungle as soon as the tide turned. Arariboia did not pursue him. The humiliation of his nemesis and the return of his people to their home was vengeance enough. Mãe de Sá praised Arariboia's efforts to the Portuguese king, who rewarded the chieftain by knighting him for his services. The Maracajá received written guarantees that their homeland would forever be theirs. In gratitude, Arariboia adopted the faith of his allies. When he laid down his bow for the final time, Arariboia felt a profound sense of relief. He had saved his people from destruction. After so many years in exile, they could finally rest and rebuild, knowing that their children would grow up in peace on the island they called home.
With that, one final victory. This one went a bit longer, but not nearly as bad as far as engagements. 277 lost, 521 killed. It's a little weird spots, like that island where the crocodiles just keep respawning. What's kind of interesting is that the snakes will also go out into the waters as well. I don't know if they'll attack ships though. Like maybe not military vessels, but maybe fishing ships. Otherwise, I don't know why else they just. Unless they're just considered like amphibious, where it's like, oh yeah, it's one of those few that can actually go into the sea and then come back on land and then bite your villagers. And then the French Navy, I guess all we really had to do was eliminate that one harbor and take out the few villagers that were there, and that was about it. The only thing is, if that's the case, I wonder if you can early snipe them then. And then I also wonder if you're required to absolutely eliminate both the other Tupi and the French, or it's just much more reliant on the French. That is something that might make a difference. At the very least, like if you're trying to like smooth it or something. Decisions: you equip the rescued villagers with weapons to train them as warriors. Begin each mission with extra military units. We chose the Portuguese, a tribe renowned for their fishing skills. Building fishing ships costs 20% less. And you begin each mission with extra ships. They're not necessarily bad as far as extra ships, but we really didn't build any fishing ships. So maybe the other decisions would, or the other decision for that one, what might have been better for us. A new enemy arrives. Oh, I guess we don't get a decision on that. Spoke. You successfully covered the Portuguese gunpowder cart before he could get his hands on it. You will not have access to the bombard cannons in the final mission. Alright. All hope. Okay, there's no decisions there. And right, so this one. No, it was the other one, right? The gunpowder? I guess that doesn't count as a decision, but it was a bonus objective. I think we have the same thing for this one, right? You chose the Chunche tribe. You begin each mission with extra spearmen, and your spearman line is upgraded for free. Alright, so that was a decision. I don't know, I was thinking that might have been part of like the Civ bonuses. I guess just because it was there since first mission. Inspired your villagers. You successfully repaired Mapuche monasteries. Inspired your villagers receive plus 10 HP for the rest of the campaign. Not super relevant, but still nice. Rescued from the Spanish prison camp. You begin each mission with Valcolde, and she can be retained when wounded. You rescued the farmers from the Spanish prison camp. Your farmers can carry 5 additional food for the rest of the campaign. It was a choice between them and miners. Taru units or unites the Mapuche tribes. No decisions on the... Interesting. This one only had 2 decisions. This one we had 3. Oh, this one really just affects final mission for one of your enemies. What? So we have El Dorado next. The 2 most powerful militia states meet at the bloody battle of Okata. Probably botched that. We'll be looking at that for next week. Oh, I'm going for about 4 hours, and just because of the way I have this set up. The two PCs, doesn't like it when I have like a web browser or anything open. Maybe we'll do it fast enough. Let's see if there's anyone that I know that's still streaming. It's certainly taking a little while. They are, but it's lagging a bit on my end, so just to avoid it from crashing prematurely or something weird, I guess we'll just go ahead and call it there. Ended up having to skip Wednesday's stream, so we're going to be a little bit behind on Fallout New Vegas. Trying to get geared up for one of the DLCs, and maybe we can pump out all 4. I don't really expect to do them like 1 per night, but who knows? Maybe we get lucky. I just kind of mulling over which one I should probably start off with first when it comes to those particular DLCs. Because I think the Divide we can leave. I think, what is it? Honest Hearts, you can't leave the big think tank or whatever. You can't leave. There's like 3 of them, I think, that you can't leave in the middle of the DLC. Have to mull over that. The biggest thing is whether or not we have enough munitions for everything that we want, and have room that we can bring in or bring back, especially any uniques that we can get our hands on. But more or less whether or not I actually have the skills. I know a couple of them, I'm pretty sure we lose our items starting out, so we'll be stuck with raw stats going in. But since it's hardcore, very hard, just gotta take a few more considerations. And I know I haven't done all the DLC, but I cannot remember if I actually finished a couple. I remember starting them. Like the Great Divide, I don't think I finished that one. The Think Tank, I don't think I finished that one. And I don't even think I started the other 2. At least I can't remember anything from them. But anyway, we'll go ahead and do El Dorado next week, Thursday. And I still got stuff I gotta work on. Some of it is, I just don't know what to do. But I'm gonna think on some stuff. Hopefully get some stuff worked out. I think I still have a few things I need to go and get rigged up to fix. But thankfully, it looks like things are going to be slowing down just a little bit so I can get caught up. But in either case, stay healthy, stay frosty. Until next time, see ya.